So I'll just like actually take the photo because you're not going to be here by the time I
Yes.
present. One of the shots.
Yes.
Okay, I'll use
1, 2.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Can we close the doors, please, so that we can start? Is this thing on? Is it on?
Yeah, it is on.
Could you hear me now?
Yes, I hear it. That's why they.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, Renee. Can we settle down, please? Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. If the delegates can take their seats, please. Thank you. Now, good morning to everyone. Welcome to the second day of the P20 Women's Parliament. We are hosted in Parliament on the side of the National Council of Provinces. And good morning to my co-chairperson, who's the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Will you rise, please? Please be seated. I see a few familiar faces from yesterday. Welcome back to the second day. And thank you for once again gracing this occasion. And I see a few new faces. Welcome, Renee. Haven't seen Ms. Thompson for some time, and also to the others who are here for the first time today. We will continue with the Day 2 program as distributed in the copies that's in front of you. And we will have a very interactive session today that will be led and chaired by a number of different people. I must say yesterday, the Multi-Party Women's Caucus executed their tasks very, very well. It sometimes helps to be a little bit nervous before things start, but once things start going and you get exposed to sitting on this high chair here in front of you, things get a little bit easier. So we look forward to the others who will also be directing proceedings today. We would like to start immediately and recognize Ms. S. Majosi. She's the former SRC president from the University of KZN Howard College, first woman president of the South African Union of Students, SAUS, and she will be the moderator for the panel discussion. I'd also like to welcome and introduce the panelists for this session. It is Dr. Myende, the chairperson, newly appointed chairperson of the NYDA. Good morning, Doctor. Ms. S. Mokwebu, a young women activist and founder of Should All Be Feminist Collective. And then Ms. Renee Thompson, a gender activist and founder of the Thompson Trust. The panel discussion will focus on the following areas: economic inclusion and care economy, climate justice, digital divide, and health equity. I now invite Ms. Majosi to come and take over and facilitate the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Sanbonani. Ngokukhulu ukuzithoba, I'd like to ride on the credentials that Honorable Frolick has also outlined today, and of course, those that were outlined yesterday, and greet all of you esteemed guests and delegates egameni lamakhosikazi. It's a privilege to guide this next conversation. Many of you will be wondering why young women. I think it's really testament to the thought and foresight of this committee or the parliament that has convened today to ensure that young women's voices are also recognized, as well as those nuances that are probably particular to young women in relation to the issues that we've dealt with in the past couple of days. My name is Sibu Majosi. Yes, indeed, I was the first president, and in fact, first female president of the South African Union of Students. But most notably, and my claim to fame really is that myself, Honorable Masiko, and our late sister Bavelile Hlongwa, were once accused of leading a national all-women female cabal. And so we gained a lot of notoriety when we dared to disrupt the status quo in PYA structures. So really, I think that qualifies some of us to be here in the Women's Parliament. So I think Honorable Frolick has already outlined what our topic is about today. But, recent statistics from Stats SA really reveal that youth constitutes over half of the working age population, yet there's a disproportionate burden on young women from an unemployment and economic participation perspective. Young women are particularly vulnerable with NEET rates at 48.1% for young women. Those that are wondering what NEET is, it's not in education, employment, or training, compared to 42.2% of men. So it really is a disproportionate burden on young women. So today, I invite my fellow panelists to please give their inputs, and that we can maybe engage with them after their input. So I'll allow just a few minutes, and I'll start with the chairperson of the NYDA, Ms. Sunshine Miende. Please go ahead. And my apologies, I don't want to mess up the really nice flow that we had yesterday. Let me invite all the panelists to come to the front so that we can just minimize the time. Then I'll allow the chairperson to take over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Honorable Frolick and Honorable Govenda. My name is Dr. Sunshine Miende. I've been recently appointed by the President to become the Chairperson of the NYDA. I must make a disclaimer, Chairperson, that I also went to UKZN, the very same campus that the Chairperson of the session went to. So, including Comrade Masigo, we both went to UKZN and all of us were in the SRC. I just wanted to make that disclaimer. That we're part of women that we're really accused of having a womandla cabal, all women-led SRCs. So, Comrade Chairperson, I was excited yesterday when one of the presenters mentioned the Asian tigers. We can and must learn from what is usually termed the Southeast Asian economic miracle, a powerful demonstration that it is possible to turn the tide of the economy through deliberate and strategic action. In the context of today's discussion, Honorable Chairperson, it is clear that the real change for women, particularly young women in South Africa, will require transformative government policies. Just yesterday, a colleague referred the work of the economist Han-Shun Chang, who challenges the notion that markets should operate free from government intervention. It reminds us that the world's most successful economies, the very superpowers, will often look to achieve their status through robust, proactive state involvement. This perspective is critical when we think about economic inclusion and more broadly, the gender agenda. If we're serious about empowering women, we must ask, how can government be used as a vehicle towards that? What policies can be implemented, not someday, but now, to improve the material conditions of women, young women in particular? In South Africa, women perform the majority of household and caregiving duties. Due to the entrenched gender roles and expectations, many women are unable to actively pursue formal employment, education, skills development, or entrepreneurial opportunities. It is therefore paramount that care work be recognized as a critical economic sector, as indicated in our topic today. Measures such as funding childcare facilities, which are an important and ongoing program, but there is a room for improvement on that regard, and implementing flexible working arrangements can help redistribute caregiving responsibilities and expand work of women. For example, during the NYDA induction, we had our induction last week. It was rightly asserted that when we design and implement programs for young people, young women to be more specific, young women from rural areas, we need young women from informal settlements, township. We must consider the complex realities that they face, including caregiving responsibilities. The question, therefore, that we must ask is how do we ensure that young women who often need our services the most, but also shoulder the burden of childcare, are not excluded from accessing those opportunities? I think that's the question that we need to ask ourselves today as young women in Parliament. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Miende. I'll hand over, before I deal with questions, let me hand over to Ms. Sarah Mokwebo.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Good morning to everyone, and I am standing on the protocols already observed for the sake of time. So I'll be speaking on climate justice. How do we ensure that women and girls are not disproportionately affected by climate change and are also included in climate initiatives? So just like everything else, climate change is not gender neutral. Around the world, and especially in the global south. So the global south is known as ourselves, as Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world that are not considered to be the worst. Women and girls bear the brunt of the impact of climate change. And unfortunately, the wording or the information around climate change has been made to be this big thing that actually does not affect our day-to-day lives, but it actually does. And women and girls are more likely to lose livelihoods due to shocks, to even go further, for instance, to fetch something as simple as water when there are droughts. And because of that, it then takes away their time from being either economically productive or actually accessing education, because now they have the responsibility, which is reinforced by patriarchy, for them to look after other family members during, say, for instance, displacement, when there would have been fires or droughts or whatever it is. So this is one of the many ways in which climate change affects women and girls. And during that time as well, because of displacement, excuse me, women and girls are even at more risk of facing gender-based violence because they do not find themselves in the comfort of their own homes. They do not find themselves in safe places. So the displacement that then happens, whether it's in Khayelitsha, for instance, because there's been fires and then shacks have been burnt, or it's in KZN somewhere because of floods and people are displaced, those people become vulnerable, especially the women and the girls, to gender-based violence. So I'm going to just outline a few statistics to give the whole house an idea of how bad things are. So for instance, 80% of people that are displaced by climate change are women and girls. I've already said this. And only 3% of global climate finance reaches projects that are led by women. And when we speak about climate finance, we just speak about whatever monies that would have been made available, whether by governments or multinational organizations, to either respond to the disasters that would have taken place or to help women and girls adapt to the new environment that they live in. Every day we hear about renewables, we hear about renewable energy, we hear about that, but there's never been, say, for instance, deliberate targeting of women-owned businesses that are working in the renewable space, women-owned businesses that are working, say, for instance, in green agriculture, whereas women are one of the biggest smallholder farmers in agriculture. So the reason... 30 seconds. Okay, one of the things that I think we just need to change is that through parliamentary processes and all forms of lobbying is that we need to ensure that there is a quota that is put in place to ensure that the new emerging green economy actually has a targeted targeted initiatives towards either developing women professionals in the new emerging green economy and not have women left behind, as well as actually ensuring that women are capacitated to be able to respond to disasters, whether it's floods, whether it's fires, or whatever thing that would have happened because of climate change. Thank you, Chairperson of the session.
Thank you, Sarah. Handing over to Renee Thompson.
Morning, everyone, Chairperson of the session, honorable members. I first want to say actually remind ourselves of what the Deputy President said yesterday, that South African government is committed and ready to collaborate with us. I just want to know, where do we sign up for that collaboration? Is it with Honorable Cedric's office? Is there a desk outside? Because you know what, I think we have this discussion every Women's Month, and it actually becomes very frustrating. And always when I speak at a panel, I speak about the same thing, economic inclusion, which actually should be excluded, because that is what we remain to be, is excluded. And for those who are mothers or has nieces or daughters or kids, there's a little song for Coco Melon that says, "Are we there yet?" And I think everyone, when you hear the words, you immediately hear the tune. So when are we going to be there? We hear the statistics to say there's 72% SMMEs, there's access to funding, there's mentorships. But really, I mean, that access to funding, it's not there. It's not accessible to the women that need it. I mean, as we are seated here, we are not representative. We are the privileged. The women that we are speaking about are not in the room with us. I think the session should also not be in the NCOP or at Parliament. It should be, it's the same format as taking Parliament to the people. Because then we have the women in the room that can say to us, yes, I share the same frustration as you do when I apply for funding. The opportunity is there, but actually I can't access it. You see nice photos on social media where young people have been given equipment to start their own businesses. But after that, you don't hear about it. You don't know whether they've received mentorship, access to markets, whether we're supporting them. It is just a photo. And I think we should really ask ourselves, are we advertising something? Or we just taking photos of programs that really are not reaching the audience that we are speaking to? And I want to use myself as an example. When I also was working at a Parliament and I left, a simple thing like when you start your own business, you don't know where to go to. You don't know, I have to be SARS compliant. When you start your business and you invoice the company, that invoice will be paid in the first 2 months, 3 months, if you are lucky. Where's the bridging finance? Who tells me that, okay, if I have 5 employees, I must now register with the Department of Labor. So if I have to collaborate with government, I will be non-compliant. There is no one that really takes your hand and meets you at the level where you are. The issue of mentorship, it's great. But if you go to a small town, rural area, that mentor of mine should speak the language that I'm speaking. Because that's the first hurdle. You know, the language that you use, an application form with the PIC, for instance, if you open it, it's so daunting. It's asking you about audited finances and assets. You can't have those when you're starting out. So I think this red tape that we keep on saying we're cutting, we're not cutting it. And yeah, I just want to end off to say that I really would like to know where I sign up for the collaboration.
Thank you, Renee. And I'm being strict on time because I'd like to leave a little bit of time so that we can engage with the inputs. Dr. Miende, I'm going to come to you first. And we heard yesterday from the Honorable Minister Chikunga that you get a sizable portion of her budget to the NYDA, which is commendable. I think that's something that all of us are incredibly proud of. And you spoke a lot about the divide that sits within, from the youth sector and of course for young women, the divide between urbanized women and that rural divide with those that are sitting in rural areas and access to opportunities and programs. So let's give you an opportunity to give us an elevator pitch. What is the NYDA doing about that? What are the impactful programs that you're running that will really expedite the economic participation, particularly of young women in the rural areas?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think one thing that we can agree on is that the issue of access of the NYDA is quite critical, particularly for young people and young women in particular from rural areas. Those that know that the NYDA only has 43 branches currently. And that is quite in line compared to the young people that we need to have access to. So one of the plans that we have as this new board is to increase accessibility of the agency. With the limited budget, what we intend on doing is having a zero-rated app where every young person, where they're at, they'll be able to access the NYDA through an app. But we're not going to be able to do this without proper collaboration and partnership with different entities. So that's what we intend on doing. But also the issue of having an app idinga ukuthi ube ne-network. There are areas in for example, in KwaZulu-Natal, komkhanya kude, koNgwavuma, where you go there and there's no access to the network. And you find that the offices are also far from the young people that are there. So we also intend on having a kiosk where a young person can be able to go to a municipality and access the services of the NYDA. We intend on doing that. The other day, a chairperson with Kukuletu, which is an informal settlement, where we went around asking young people, what is their feel? Do they feel the agency or not? And what is it that they intend? What is it that they want to see from us doing? And all young people raised the issue of accessibility of the agency. So we're going to ensure that we do that during our term of office. We intend that every young person in a ward is going to know of the agency and the programs of the agency. The agency also has a program called the NYS, which is the National Youth Services Program, which empowers young people with different skills and areas. But if you can ask ordinary people, they're not aware of such. So we're going to ensure that we increase accessibility and give out information on the work that is being done by the agency. That's the first thing that we're going to do. The second thing, we want to increase our turnaround times in terms of young people that access our services. So if you've applied for a grant, we want to ensure that within 30 days or 20 days, you're able to get a response on your application, and we were able to assist in that regard. The other gap that we want to try to close is young people that are living with a disability that have raised their concerns that they're not able to access our services. So we're going to ensure that all our services are accessible to all young people despite their groups and everything, understanding that young people are not a homogeneous group. So that's what we're going to do in terms of accessibility of our services, particularly for young people from rural areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'm moving to Renee. Renee, you gave a powerful input, especially as a person who has been on the receiving end of what is very difficult for many young people, especially women, to get into entrepreneurship and sustain their businesses. We heard yesterday from one of the speakers that only 23% of the positions in the finance sector are held by women, and only 5% of the tech exec positions are held by women. So that tells us that our lobbying bench strength is quite weak. So what do you think? I mean, having walked this road yourself, what do you think are the practical steps that we can take to bridge that divide that will meet the resources that are required by women to start successful businesses and sustain them into the future?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I think with the economy really does remain male-dominated. And I don't know how we're going to bridge that divide. Just like I mentioned earlier, 72% of the SMMEs are women-owned. But if you look at the stats, the Women's Charter outlines, it says women have the right to vote and then employment and everything else that follows. Yet, we are 55% of the registered voters nationally. If you go down to local government and municipalities, it increases to 60%. But the policies do not speak to us. Yes, representation is there at Parliament and we're doing very well, but it doesn't translate to us ordinary women on the ground. And I think that's where it starts, is that access to information, as the chairperson of the NYDA said, is that we do not know what is happening. There is lots of great programs that small business is running, but they will have a workshop and it will be in Cape Town, and I'm using the Western Cape as an example. They do not go to the regions, right? So if you're not in the center, you miss out. Then they're there for one day. You don't really get an opportunity to speak, ask questions. No one is there to assist you and take you through the process. But yeah, so it's really small things. Like I said, you have to turn that opportunity that's there into something that's actionable. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here next year, 5 years from now, discussing the same thing.
Yeah.
And again, I want to reiterate, I mean, those of us that are sitting here are speaking on behalf of who? And to, and it should really not be a panel discussion, it should be a dialogue. And I really hope that from this Women's Parliament, there is an actionable outcome that can be measured. And we can say, listen, from something happened after this. We didn't just have the privilege to come and speak and address members of Parliament. We're sitting in the year of the G20. How do we as women actually benefit from that? While we are seated here, there is the Water Investment Summit.
Renee, thank you. Thank you. No, I think it's just testament to the fact that, you know, these discussions, obviously, we only have 2 days to discuss them now, but it's as a person who currently sits within the private sector, one thing I can tell you is that nation building isn't for the preserve of government. It's also for the private sector to partner with government for the public good. And I think perhaps something to think about going forward is how do we consolidate all the discussions that we've had today and action them. I mean, I sit in the mining sector. There's no reason why within the mining sector we can't actively participate in programs of the NYDA and so on and so forth. So I think, from a time perspective, I know we've run out of time, and I really wanted to ask Sarah what her view is on the care economy as a young person, and also, harnessing indigenous knowledge systems when it comes to climate change. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, and Sarah, please forgive me. I can do this with you and cut you off, I know, because I'll use my age as a caveat there. But again, Honorable Frolick and Honorable Governor, if there's an opportunity for us to really consolidate this, even on a virtual platform, it would be highly appreciated. But thank you very much to the panelists for their input today, and hopefully we can carry on during tea. I'm going to swiftly, as the panelists move to their seats, ask the new panel on the next agenda item to move forward. We are running very slightly behind schedule, so I'm going to be quite tight on this one as well, so that we allow for questions. If the panelists could, yes, maybe let's start with Ms. Answer. I'll start with Ms. Answer, please. If you can give your input, maybe use that mic over there, and then I'll call you up one by one. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to acknowledge all of the protocols observed for the sake of time. Today, being asked to speak on gender-based violence and femicide and strengthening the National Strategic Plan, I am stuck on remembering when I was in grade 8, hearing people in a township I was familiar with in Regepark called 750 mils of beer, a bottle of beer, brood. And I remember asking my brother, why do they call it brood or bread? Is it because it's made with yeast? And he said to me, no, it's because it is the same price as a loaf of bread. That was a number of years ago. And when we look at the price of a quart of beer today, it is not much different. There's a few rands difference between 750 mils of beer and a loaf of bread. So when we look at the NSP and we look at the 6 pillars of the NSP and we say, well, how can we strengthen this? My issue is not strengthening the NSP as a sole entity. We have policies and we have measures that can be enacted in all spheres of government, especially in the National Treasury, that we can start enacting now, so that the NSP will have the capacity to make a dent in gender-based violence. I'll tell you what that dent can look like. During the COVID-19 alcohol ban, femicide had decreased by 63%. 63%. As soon as the alcohol ban lifted and we went back to the status quo, that number shifted dramatically, and we are still seeing a continued rise in gender-based violence and femicide. And there's an especially major increase in violence against children. Alcohol is a major driver of this violence. It is a major driver of this violence in low-income communities, and yet we have allowed the liquor industry, or as we like to call them, big liquor, to control how it flows through the streets of our townships. You will hear in the media today, and I'm sure in the following months, in the months to come, that big liquor is advocating against National Treasury's current review process to increase the price of alcohol through excise taxes and through a pricing mechanism called minimum unit pricing, which sets a floor price below which no alcohol cannot be sold. We need to make alcohol inaccessible, more expensive, especially in low-income communities, because our children and our women's lives depend on it. Watinda bafazi. And we say it with pride, but I'd like to ask today that we change that phrase, because no more can our women and girls need to exist in their own homes, in their schools, in their places of work and on the street, and need to be as hard as stone. We don't want to be as hard as stone
20
anymore.
seconds, Ms. Anta.
We don't need to be as hard as stone anymore, and big liquor is forcing us to. So I ask today, if we want to strengthen the NSP, we start with alcohol policy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Lamini? Ms. Lamini from SAPA, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And this is just a follow-up on the presentation that has just been made, because the reality is alcohol is really wrecking our communities. And we honestly do know, and we've got the results that show that alcohol is directly linked to a lot of the GBV and femicide cases that we face in the country. The Central Drug Authority is currently, because I'm also standing here as the Deputy Chairperson of the Central Drug Authority, is currently working on the National Drug Master Plan. And one of the things that we have brought in is the fact that we need to lift alcohol and make everybody realize just how it's affecting communities. As SAPA, we are currently going to be, or we rather launched a campaign yesterday, and we are going to be going throughout the country talking about this issue, because we acknowledge and we realize that the issue of alcohol in our communities is mainly the thing that is causing the social decay. The facts are clear. Alcohol and GBV are linked. I don't think anybody can deny that. The evidence says it. The poll says people recognize it. We did a poll, and I can share the results of that poll with you, where we called over 1,000 South Africans, and we spoke about this issue to say, what do you think about alcohol in your community? And the results are very clear. I'm not going to go into those results now, but you can get this piece of paper, which will show you all the poll results. And then the issue of regulating alcohol availability. In our communities, especially in the lower income communities in our country, there's a tavern on every street. Actually, yesterday we spoke about, there's actually probably 10 taverns on every street, or some liquor establishment. So we need to change that. We need to deal with this issue of availability. There is a study also that we did, and it indicated that in every area where there's more alcohol establishments, there's actually higher cases of GBV. And the other thing that we want to bring forth as SAPA is that we are calling on all provinces to reduce hours of sale and include density as a criteria for awarding licenses. We are also asking that the draft liquor amendment bill that has been on ice since 2016, can it please be tabled? We desperately need that bill. That bill will deal with the issue of advertising. It will deal with the issue of proximity to schools. It will also deal with the issue of the licensing and how that is pushed on.
Thank you, Ms. Lamini.
Thank you very much.
I'm handing over to Ms. Dunjwa, who is the chair of SANAC. Thank you.
I feel rushed already. Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow women leaders, I stand here joining, many of you in this chamber. This moment is about the SANAC women sector, making the struggle and the resilience and wisdom of women in communities visible. Today, I speak to amplify the voices of women across South Africa, those in farms, villages, townships, the hawkers in the taxi rank, What we experience as women today often contradicts what was once the norm in our cultural settings. So women's voices were central to decision-making in African homes. No important family decision would be made without the input of Utabawo or Ragadi, And so we ask today, what has happened to that culture? What has changed? Because even in religious settings, we know of prophetess, people that used to actually take a leadership role when it comes to religion. Women take a leadership role when it comes to culture. So the big question is, what has caused the shift? And why are we allowing that shift to happen? And I think one of the reasons that we allow the shift to happen is because we have entirely left the blueprint that has been, that we have inherited from the women that marched in 1956. Because what those women did in 1956, they worked as a collective. They organized, they mobilized, and they had one struggle, one voice. And the SANAC women sector today is calling for one struggle, one voice. Because for as long as we work in silos, because we're doing great work on the ground, but what we are not doing is connecting the dots,
30 seconds, Ms. Dunjwa.
Okay, some of us are in the HIV response space, some of us on economic, addressing economic exclusion. And if we were to come together as women in solidarity, we will win. So we are calling today for us to claim the blueprint that was left by women who marched in 1956. Thank you. Amanda.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mbonambi, who's an artist and entrepreneur.
Okay. Greetings to the House at large. I'd like to declare, hi, I'm Nonka Mbonambi, and I am not an alcoholic. So I run an art agency which is called Curatica. At Curatica, we use art as a tool to educate and financially empower women through using art. Giving you a simple example, everyone in this room remembers the ad, scrutinize, HIV, HIV victory. Most of us learned more about AIDS through that ad than we learned at school. So the work that we do around gender-based violence, we go into communities and we paint murals with local women in those communities that are unemployed. How we've funded the projects that we do is finding a brand such as Sunlight. I would really like to make everything simple for you guys in order to paint a picture, as I am the artist. We'd go into communities, collaborate with a brand like Sunlight if they have something that they would like to advertise to this community. But how we make sure that women in those communities actually get work, and when we leave them with something tangible, is that we go into the community, find women that don't have work, teach them the skill on set, and actually make them learn how to paint murals and leave them with a bit of money. The woman that owns that house, who's a single woman that actually probably lives off grant, would also get paid by us by making sure that we rent her wall from her. So I'm sure all of us have been to townships and know what I'm talking about. But every time you mostly probably see men that go around painting these murals. These murals should be painted by women because women know these stories. Women use sunlight. Women are affected by gender-based violence. And in the communities that we've worked in, 43 of those communities have actually proven that 23% of crime has actually gone down because of the amount of murals that we've painted around gender-based violence, and we've painted with the women in those communities. There was a story where we were painting in Johannesburg in Maboneng, where an Uber driver came up to us and asked us, "Hey, boma pendani, yini nipendayo la?" And then for him, it was shocking because he's not used to seeing women in those positions. And he actually came back the following day and said to us, after he saw our mural, he actually remembered that when he gets home, he shouldn't beat up his wife, which is something that actually really made us realize that we actually are impactful in the work that we do. I have 30 seconds left, and all I want to say is that NYDA and anyone else in this room that wants to be really impactful in society and not just have another talk show, please reach out to us and hear us speak about how we can help women in townships, in villages, eNgutu, Estenga, Watuguza, Emandeni, and many other local communities where you don't reach when you're wearing your high heels and Ubering 5 minutes away from your hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. This topic is obviously a colossal topic for us to take on. I think 20 minutes will never do justice to it. All of us in this room have been affected by GBV, whether directly or indirectly. But the point is that it is the scourge that is really wrecking our communities, whether you are in the urban areas or rural areas. And of course, there's a disproportionate impact in certain demographics as well. So I'm going to allow for questions. I only have 10 minutes. So please be sharp and, no preambles, no political rhetoric, only 10 minutes. I'm going to take let's take one hand. Somebody has already given me the eye in that corner. I'll take one hand in the room, and then I'm going to, presumably we still have people on the line. I'm happy to take one question from the line as well. Okay, I'll take two hands, but you have to be 1 minute, very sharp. I'll recognize yourself and in the yellow as well. Let's start there.
Good morning, and all protocol observed. I just want to add a funder's perspective to this conversation. I am Tirani Manganye, and I'm from the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Response Fund. We were launched by the President in 2021 with the aim of mobilizing the private sector to get involved in making resources available for the National Strategic Plan. To date, we've been able to mobilize about 240 million rands, and the majority of that has already been commissioned to over 200 community-based organizations across the country. And there's been a significant impact that we have been able to achieve to date. So I just want to register and recognize that there are funders that have been established with the main aim of supporting the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Queen Pumla from Krondralesa. And as I'm sitting here listening, I realize that women goes through a lot, and there is a lot of strategy that needs to be employed, and our communities are actually vulnerable. And with the work that I do as a pastoral counselor as well, I can tell you about a story of a woman that I recently been dealing with. And this woman, she is having a problem of drug overuse. And as she is having this problem of drug overuse, as I am unpacking, I realize that it's not actually, the issue is not the drug overuse, but the issue here, drug overuse, is actually a coping mechanism. The issue here is the fact that she was raped by her own father, and when she heard that her own father is arrested because he raped someone else, she lapsed again because she used to use before, and then she lapsed again back to drugs. So what I'm trying to say is that women here in South Africa are really in need of your support, and I feel that a lot needs to still be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the lines, they say you must never waste power that has been given to you. So as chair, I'm giving myself power, and I'm going to say to Sarah, you have a question, Ma?
No, I was just seated here, both chairs, Honorable Governor and Honorable Frolic. I said, there is our future speaker. You are assertive and you keep on time. Thank you. I just wanted to comment.
Thank you. Well, let me live up to it and say I'm using my power now to recognize Sarah. Sarah, I want you to link your earlier input on care economy, climate justice, as well as this topic, this big topic of GBV and its impact on young people in the communities.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Quite a mouthful topic, but what I would firstly say is that care work is necessary for any thriving economy, and I want to speak to it as a young woman who for the longest time thought that, for instance, not having a child is the most radical thing you can do. Whereas, in fact, the reason that I thought not having a child is the most radical thing you can do is because or rather as young women, we grew up in an environment where we were told that kids, for instance, like temper with your career progression. But in fact, the conversation that we're supposed to be having is that misogyny is the reason that women with kids are not thriving in society, whether in the economy or even with their day-to-day, because there's this notion that they've made care work just the responsibility of women, and it's not the responsibility of the entire community, it's not the responsibility of the entire village, as we say. So we need to then revisit the conversation of how do we approach care work in our country, in our society. And this is even outside of, say, for instance, professional women like ourselves, for lack of a better word, who can easily work from home and then are able to balance, being a parent as well as doing work. But what about the women that work in Pick n Pay? A woman at Pick n Pay can't work from home. So what do we say about care work for women like that who can't necessarily afford to stay and work from home and also can't afford to leave their jobs because they have a responsibility of looking after their families and also looking after themselves? And another thing that I also just want to speak about is the link between GBV and climate change, in that, like I said in my initial input, that displacement makes women and girls vulnerable. And because already we exist in a society that sees women as a thing to torture, as something to abuse and all sorts of things, climate change then exacerbates that. So in addition to actually having responsive policies towards addressing climate change, we also need to undo the patriarchal conditioning of society, in that when you see women being vulnerable, then you need to prey on them. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. I need to be honest and admit that technology has dribbled me, and I'm not sure if there are any questions online. I don't have any visibility.
I have.
Oh, yes. Honorable Mashir, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members and participants. Mine is a question on the issue of legislation and licensing of taverns and
Go ahead.
Chairperson.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, please can you assist by muting the other participants?
No, it's a point of order in terms of the rules of parliament.
Okay, let's take the order.
Yes, I just want to indicate that can the speaker on the platform switch off the video because of it displays the political party banner, or because it's not parliamentary. Thank you.
You are correct. You are correct. Let's uphold.
My apologies.
There's no, yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Perhaps switch off your camera and let's just hear audio.
Yes, I've done that. Yeah, I was saying on the issue of licensing and legislation, there are taverns and bottle stores that were built before, and you find that there's a school that is built after that. So what do we do about those issues? More especially when you check the bill that is supposed to be passed, it's having some kilometers or meters away from taverns and bottle store. But if that thing has been there previously, what do we do about that?
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable. That is an issue that can possibly be assisted with an answer by the provinces, because licensing of liquor establishments is with the provinces. And I do understand that where the establishment has been there and then a school is built around it, it might be a bit tricky. And it is actually quite unfortunate that this is the argument that even the industry is pushing, to say the school and government should figure out where to build schools instead of it being the other way around. So in as much as we are quite concerned about business and how we don't want liquor establishments to then those that have always been there to then suddenly lose business simply because now a school has been built next to it. But I think the best would be that in terms of the province itself, in awarding that license, they then have to be engaging with that establishment and the community, because the community around licensing areas, they also have a right to protest, to say that whether they actually want that establishment in their area or not. So it is one of those issues that we are needing to discuss, even with the provincial liquor boards, to say, how then do we deal with that?
Thank you. This brings us to a close. I can see there are plenty of hands. We'll have a discussion during tea. Just very quickly, my parting shot is as follows. Public and private partnerships are only as strong as the agenda that you put in front of them. It is all about nation building and how to get the relevant players together. And much of what we've discussed in the last 2 days is around equity, but truly there can never be equity without restorative justice. And really that just, it's akin to putting plaster on cracks and not fixing the foundation. So the structure will fail, the center will not hold. So with that, I thank you very much. And I vacate the seat.
Good morning, everybody. And for the benefit of those members that may not have been in yesterday, my name is Lindelwa. My surname is Dunjwa. I'm the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. I'm here with my team. I am seated and welcome Ms. Maseko from the legislature. And if there are any members of the legislatures that are present, they will just indicate so that my co-chair will then be able to also identify. Chair, as much as we are chasing time, but I think it's important for me to raise this. I feel so excited to see young, confident women. And as much as it was a joke, yesterday I ambushed one of them. Chair, let me disclose. I ambushed one of them. I said, go and deliver. I'm in the panel. And she made it. And I think the onus is on us. Yes, I don't like this thing of age, but you can't run away from it. We have got a responsibility to ensure that we build that second layer leadership. And I can see that, well, they've built themselves. They're all comfortable. We don't have time. If there was time, I was then going to reflect on what they said on the evening activity that we had. But the one that was on this chair, oh my God, I don't think I'll be able to stand there with her, and she must keep it up. We will keep it up. Now we are going to have, and my approach is, Chair, if we have started the other way around, we are now going to have political statements from our political organizations. We wouldn't be parliament if you don't use the word politics. So be aware that now we are in that process. We are in a session of women's parliament. So that's what we'll do. And in that process, unfortunately, if a person exceeds her time, I cut without any fear or favor this time around. Kuthiwa ngesiXhosa ke ipower ayingomntu wangalala. We will now call upon the first party that is then going to deliver its statement, which is the African National Congress. Over to you. I will then call the DA. I will then have to refer back when she's here. Thank you. There's no, must not panic. The other thing that I want to tell members, my apologies. She is going to be the last one to be in that podium. In consultation with the powers to be, is that members will make their statements seated. Members will make their, except provinces, am I correct? Except provinces, because provinces, this is their house, they represent all of us. So it's only provinces that will be.
No, thanks, Chair.
I haven't pointed at you, I just looked at you because I was wondering. Yes, Honorable Member.
Sorry about that, Chair. I just wanted to propose that can both the political parties and the provinces just follow the procedure that we've been using? I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for political parties to do the declarations from where they're sitting. Thanks.
As Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support that motion that was put forward just now. Thank you, Chair.
I then make a ruling. As you all know what we do in the House. When a person is about your time, you try to be near so that there is no too much traffic. Remember that we are online, everybody is watching us, so we must not be seen as then being confused. If that's what members want, do what then we do in our normal sittings in terms of how to follow the next speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Kanyile, sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance of South Africa welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the 2025 P20 Women's Parliament. As South Africa's second largest party, we are rooted in the values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. We view this engagement as vital in strengthening democratic participation, amplifying women's voices, and shaping inclusive and sustainable global development agendas. The DA recognizes the Women Parliament as a platform to elevate progressive ideas and policies that can shape a fairer, more prosperous future. This submission outlines our political and policy standing and details our recommendations and proposals aligned with the 6 key thematic areas of this year's P20 Women's Parliament. Political policy standing of the Democratic Alliance. The DA stands as a centrist liberal democratic political party that champions constitutionalism, the rule of law, non-racialism, a capable state, and market-friendly policies. We believe in a social market economy that provides the space for individual enterprise and initiative while ensuring a safety net for the most vulnerable. On tackling gender-based violence, the DA policy context, The DA supports comprehensive GBV strategies and programs, and the DA proposals the establishment of Femicide Watch to publish annual disaggregated data on gender-based related killings, detailing victim-perpetrator relations, age, etc. A National Council on Gender-Based Violence, including representatives from government, civil society, and private sector to oversee a cohesive policy framework. The DA also proposes reallocation of fund from the Ministry for Women to the Commission on Gender Equity and the new council. And health, well-being, and mental upliftment. The DA policy context, we believe women must be active agents in democratic processes and global decision-making structures. Hence, to be able to fully partake in health systems, ensure access and equity. And Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to go straight into the conclusion. I'm left with 30 seconds. In conclusion, the Democratic Alliance remains committed to advancing women-centric policies that empower, include, and uplift. The P20 Women Parliament represents an important platform for constructive dialogue, innovation, and collaboration on global challenges. Our proposals are firmly rooted in our track record of governance and our vision for a prosperous, inclusive, and dynamic South Africa within a strong and thriving African continent.
Time had expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will then, thank you. As we said, we'll then call the next speaker, who was then the ANC. Then after the ANC, we'll then follow the sequence. Honorable Pule.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning. In February 1996, at the National Conference of Commitments, Gender and Women Empowerment, President Nelson Mandela had this to say, and I quote, "The cause of women emancipation is part of our national struggle against outdated practices and prejudices. It is a struggle that demands equal effort from both men and women alike. Just as the fight against apartheid liberated all South Africans, the struggle for gender equality will benefit both men and women," in a close quote. The African National Congress is known for its historic mission of fighting gender equality and advancing women's emancipation. This has been evidently displayed through progressive policies that place women's empowerment at the center to build an inclusive and prosperous society. We have come a long way as a country in shaping the Women's Development Agenda, which aligns with the vision and the principles of the African National Congress expressed in the Freedom Charter. The struggle for women's emancipation has been met with progress and action by ensuring that women are represented in all spheres of government. The ANC has maintained a strong commitment to gender equality and always strive for 50% representation, although I had 80% outside the stairs yesterday. Women in South Africa and the world over continue to experience challenges. They are the most affected by global diseases, by climate change, and are excluded in economic opportunities, and their status in society has not yet been fully transformed, making these challenges worse in the growing global conflict, especially conflict in Africa, which fuels migration and displacement, threatening the health rights of women and children and their families. South Africa, as the only African member of the G20, should play a critical role in shaping global discourse on gender equality, social protection, and sustainable development. Our participation actually aligns with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, our position on the P20's medium-term development plan. One of the high-level deliverables that the G20 working groups will be focusing on is inclusive economic growth, industrialization, employment, and reduced inequality. It is therefore important for us to advance the Women's Development Agenda. We need an economy that is functional and allows equal participation. An exclusive economy creates inequality, which in some cases has a direct proportional relation with gender-based violence and femicide. In conclusion, in summary, we believe as the ANC that specific emphasis should be given to the following priorities priorities that are key for gender impact on the women's development agenda. One, inclusive economic growth to allow women to equally participate in the mainstream economy, including the digital economy. Two, increase women's access to skills training and agriculture entrepreneurship and to sector-specific skills. Strengthen all gender mainstreaming initiatives to advance the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And lastly, prioritize women's health and safety. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. MKP.
I greet you all in the universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today in this chamber, we are not here to recite the old lullabies of political comfort. We are here to shake the very walls of complacency. The theme before us speaks of accelerating equality, sustainability, and shared growth. But let us be honest, acceleration is impossible if the brakes of patriarchy, corruption, and selective empowerment are still clamped on the wheels of progress. 70 years after the Women's Charter, our mothers' and grandmothers' demands still echo unanswered. Black women remain the poorest in the land of their birth. They are first in the unemployment line and last in the line of opportunity. We do not have an equality problem because of lack of policy. We have an equality crisis because of lack of political will. The MK Party says, enough with gender equality as a decorative slogan. We demand gender equality as a binding, enforceable economic policy, not empty quotas, not half-baked empowerment schemes that enrich the politically connected. We want real ownership in land, in industry, in the commanding heights of the economy. And to those who hide oppression behind the veil of culture or tradition, we say this: our traditions are not sacred if they chain our women. True culture uplifts, it does not mutilate, abduct, or silence. The Bill of Rights is not negotiable, whether in Parliament, in the boardroom, or the royal kraal. We also say this to the men in positions of power. Gender-based violence is not a woman's issue. It's a national crisis, and it is a direct indictment on your leadership. We will hold you accountable. And to every department that underfunds shelters, ignores court orders, or failed survivors, your days of hiding behind bureaucracy are numbered. The MK Party's vision is clear. Economic liberation for women through targeted industrialization and preferential procurement that reaches the grassroots, not the elite. Land and resource access for rural women as a constitutional imperative, not a charity. Financial systems that open doors for women-owned enterprises without drowning them in red tape. Political representation that is not just 50-50 on paper, but 50-50 in influence and decision-making. We do not want to be included in a broken system. We want to rebuild a system that no South African girl is born into a world where her gender decides her destiny. My dearest beloved sisters, history will not remember the speeches we gave. It will remember the courage we showed. The MK Party stands ready to be the uncompromising voice for women. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. Gwaza MK, Gwaza.
Thank you. Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, to speak not only as a representative of Parliament, but as a servant of millions of Black women who continue to bear the brunt of oppressive economic system, a violent patriarchal society, and a government that has failed to transform the material conditions of our people. This year's theme suggests that there is still increasing marginalization of women in this country. We know that in South African labor market, women earn 72 cents of every rand earned by men for doing the very same job. We know that on the top 40 JSE listed companies, women constitute a mere 36% of board positions. We know for a fact that deeply embedded misogynist tendencies still persist in our own very public sector, with men in senior positions in provinces such as the Eastern Cape demanding sex for jobs from vulnerable women. The recently released employment statistics reveal that the unemployment rate for women in this country is 35.5%, higher than that of men and higher than the national average. We know that every single quarter there is on average 11,000 reported cases, rape cases in this country, with many others going unreported. We know for the majority of women, mainly in townships and rural areas, are locked out of sexual and reproductive health provisions in this country. This must change. And while the P20 Women's Parliament holds deep historical significance, it is concerning to note how women across the globe are still not accorded a place of prominence in politics and in governance. And this session under the ban of P20 Women's Parliament must therefore not be reduced to another symbolic gathering of well-dressed politeness and empty resolutions. We must confront the structural oppression that keeps Black women landless, voiceless, and excluded from wealth, power, and dignity, and boldly table proposals for a radical shift in power and influence in society. We stand here with one message, that Africa will no longer beg for space at the table and without women, because we are the economy and we can build it. We therefore reject the neo-colonial model that keeps Africa as a raw material supplier, while African and foreign powers profit from our own resources. We reject an economy built for the rich. Inclusion without land reform, without access to finance, without Black-owned industries is empty talk, and women must be centered around those talks. Chairperson, we're not here to celebrate, we're here to confront. For the continued economic, social, and political oppression of women is not accidental, and it is designed, and what is designed can be dismantled. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Honorable Chair, esteemed members and fellow South Africans, the IFP stands here today deeply committed to advancing the Women's Development Agenda as we prepare for the 20th Women's Parliament. We believe that gender equality cannot remain symbolic, but rather it must be measurable, resourced, and implemented with agency. We affirm that the voices, needs, and leadership of women must be at the center of the national policy. This also means women entrepreneurs have access to finance, markets, and training, especially in rural and township communities. In KwaZulu-Natal, we are leading by example with a 200 million Women's Economic Empowerment Fund to ensure women's-led businesses have direct access to capital. We must also recognize and invest in the care economy, valuing the unpaid work, caregivers, and ensuring their protection. We demand strong implementation of the GBVF National Strategic Plan, more GBV specialized courts, and zero tolerance to the perpetrators of violence against women and children. On climate justice, we call for women's leadership in green jobs and sustainable agriculture. In education, we demand a national STEM for girls program to close the digital divide. In health, we push for mobile clinics, reproductive health access, and sanitary dignity programs reaching our most remote areas. The IFP's vision is clear. Equality, sustainability, and shared growth must be delivered, not promised. We will hold ourselves as this House accountable to the women of South Africa so that the promise of freedom is matched by the reality of opportunity. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to also just proudly acknowledge my fellow Rege Parker, the young lady that spoke earlier. I'm very proud of that. Today we gather in the shadow of greatness. We stand on the shoulders of women who came before us, women who marched, who fought, who refused to be silent. They paid the price so that we could have a voice in this chamber To them, we owe our gratitude. But our true duty is to the women who will come after us, our daughters, our granddaughters, the young girls in classrooms and on street corners today. They will inherit what we build or whatever we fail to fix. Our role is clear. We must create an environment of growth, safety, and stability for the women who will lead long after we are gone. The Patriotic Alliance believes that the future is not built with slogans, it is built with action. We have a plan. First, to respect women, women must be the foundation of our society. That means teaching boys at the early age how to treat women with love, dignity, and honor, and holding men accountable when they fail. Second, zero tolerance for gender-based violence. We tell our sisters that the hard truth, if you are being shouted at, insulted, or struck, leave before it escalates. Abusers do not stop. They escalate. We will strengthen community networks so no woman ever feels trapped. We are failing the young girl child, like little Nikita, that was killed by her own father in El Dorado Park. Third, community safety through decisive action. We cannot turn a blind eye to the reality. Many of our crimes that destroy women's lives are committed by people who are not even supposed to be in the country. The PA will drive the mass deportation of illegal foreigners who commit crimes to protect our women from rape and murder without consequences. Fourth, economic empowerment. Equality is meaningless without opportunity. We will prioritize funding for women-owned businesses, open access to green economy jobs, and ensure that government contracts lift up women from our townships and rural areas. Also, I would like to obviously emphasize the previously marginalized communities as well, from your Indian, white, and colored communities. Honorable members, accelerating equality, sustainability, and shared growth is not about ticking boxes for G20. It is about ensuring that in 20, 30, 50 years to come, South African women are still fighting the same battles we fight today. Let us act now with courage, with unity, and with the world to make South Africa the safest, most empowering place in Africa for women to live, work, and lead. The woman before us lit the torch. It is our duty to carry it forward, brighter, higher, and further than they ever dreamed. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus. FF Plus is not here. Action SA.
I rise as a representative for Action SA at this historic Women's Parliament under the theme Accelerating Equality, Sustainability and Shared Growth. As South Africa assumes the G20 presidency in December, we have a real moment to lead, not just for ourselves, but for Africa and the Global South. This is not just a gathering it is a call to transform the lived realities of many women and girls. Under Action SA, under the leadership of President Herman Mashaba, rooted in ethical governance, economic freedom and accountability, our manifesto was built from voices of communities, and our vision is simple. A South Africa where every woman has the tools to break systematic barriers and reach her full potential. The first crisis we must confront is period poverty. 7 million South African women and girls cannot afford sanitary pads. 30% of these girls miss school during their periods, forced to use rags and newspapers while their dreams are put on hold. Action SA calls for free sanitary pads in schools, clinics, and community centers. VAT-free legislated as a right, the same as legislated condoms. Secondly, we must tackle entrepreneurship and financial inclusion. Too many women are denied access to finance. Action SA proposes a women's entrepreneurship fund, drawing from the portion of corporate taxation to provide low-interest loans, grants, and mentorship. We will streamline business registrations, push for banks to allocate 40% of SME funding to women, and convert hijacked buildings into enterprise hubs. Thirdly, we must value the care economy. Women's unpaid labor sustains our society, yet it traps many in poverty. We propose community-based childcare facilities, recognizing domestic work as formal employment with fair wages, and removing VAT from essentials like nappies and formula. Fourthly, safety. Gender-based violence and femicide rob women of their lives and dignity. We demand specialized GBV courts, mandatory life sentences for femicide, and safe houses and school-based education to challenge toxic masculinity. Fifth, opportunities in education and technology. We must bridge the digital divide with free Wi-Fi in underserved areas, bursaries for girls in STEM, stronger teacher trainings, and a higher pass rate requirement for quality learning. Lastly, we also commit to climate justice that empowers women in green industries, health equity, and that prioritizes reproductive and mental health, and land reform that gives women farmers title deeds and subsidies and training. Delegates, this is more than just a policy conversation. It is about dignity, opportunity, and justice. Let us ensure that women's development agenda is not just words on paper, but a living promise to every woman and girl in South Africa. Thank you.
I don't want to be seen as from this member, all members that are going to speak from the chamber, they must move before time and be seated in the seat. Thank you, Honorable Member. You have taken into your time.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members, women of destiny and worth of South Africa, fighting GBV and femicide is about being radical. It's not about being radical, it's about being righteous. The past few years, months and days, and even this very hour have been a very...
Sorry, Honorable Member. Sorry, Honorable Member. Can the table staff assist us with the virtual? And secondly, can the Mr. Kaso, can we be assisted? The people that are coming here who are standing on the door, may they please be taken to the overflow, because they are not supposed to be standing while the parliament is in session. Thank you very much. You may continue, ma'am.
The past few years, months and weeks and days, and even at this very hour have been a never-ending story for victims of GBV and femicide in our country. We are not only called to speak up, we are called to act. In South Africa, the cries of women and girls are too loud, too frequent, and too long ignored. Today I speak as a leader of the ACDP Women of Destiny, a mother, grandmother, a sister, friend, and a survivor of GBV. Every day we lose mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends to gender-based violence and femicide. It's not just a social crisis, it's a human rights emergency. GBV stats from January to March 2025 shows that 906 women were murdered, 15,000 assaults, and 11 raped. Our country has come as some of the strongest legal frameworks on paper all aim to protect women, but here's the truth, laws alone don't save lives, implementation does. Many survivors are still turned away by undertrained police officers. Protection orders are violated without consequences. Rape kits go untested. Shelters are underfunded and non-existent in rural areas. And while the law may say zero tolerance, in practice, silence and delays are the norm. 55% systemic challenges are experienced due to cases that go unpunished. Weak law enforcement, limited access to justice and mental health support. This is where the system fails. Because a society does not protect its women, will never develop to its full potential. Women cannot fully participate in the economy, in education or leadership if they are living in fear, and that is the heart of the matter. So what needs to happen over the medium term? Strengthen oversight, not just policy. Fund the fight. Our schools must teach boys and girls about respect, dignity, and consent. GBV starts with a mindset long before it becomes a crime. We need life orientation that actually orientates lives, not just tick boxes. Regulate alcohol. Communities need to have a say in when, where, and how alcohol needs to be sold. We need transparency, real-time data on GBV cases, convictions, and failures in the system. what gets measured gets fixed. Honorable members, fighting GBV and femicide is not about being radical, it's about being righteous.
Sorry, honorable member, your time has expired.
May God
Thank
bless
you.
South Africa. Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be UTM, which is going to be online. Over to you, UTM.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings. As a nation, we have become a rhetoric nation, celebrating poverty instead of development. While we have a number of beautiful pieces of legal frameworks that promote gender equality, one may argue that these frameworks have not been effective due to lack of implementation, and that is evident in the persistent challenges that continue to face South African women, especially Black women in rural areas and informal settlements. These women are affected by the structural violence and inequalities inherited from apartheid. As a result, they face economic exclusion, which, according to research, is the most severe form of exclusion. Many of these women rely on street vending as their primary source of income, with some being the sole breadwinners of their households. Yet, their informal businesses continue to face hurdles such as lack of funding, having to work in unsafe environments, and having to pay extortion fees. These issues show that departments such as Local Economic Development, Department of Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Small Business Development should do more to be accessible and visible to the women at the grassroots level. It is impossible to assist people at the grassroots when there are no practical engagements and visibility from our departments. Economic empowerment alone won't free women if GBVF continues. GBVF destroys lives and blocks women's contributions to development. South Africa has very long conviction rates on GBV cases. Survivors often face a slow, inaccessible, and re-traumatizing justice system, causing many to abandon cases. This fosters impunity and emboldening perpetrators and silencing the victims. For the GPS to be truly transformative, it must go beyond economic metrics and integrate dedicated funding for improving GBVF case management, survivor support services, and reforms within the criminal justice system to ensure perpetrators are held accountable. The UTM calls on the stakeholders in the P20 forum to confront gender-based violence and justice failures, as these are crucial for gender equality. When discussing inclusive development, it's vital to include marginalized women. I thank you.
I'm sorry, honorable member, your time is expired. Thank you. Rise. Musa.
Madam Speaker, honorable members and distinguished delegates, as Build One South Africa, we welcome the opportunity to be part of and to address the P20 Women's Parliament and the objectives set before us, which are to advance women's entrepreneurship, to strengthen financial inclusion, and to secure women's place at the center of the economy, are not only just urgent, they're actually achievable, but only if we work together. I don't know of a more hardworking group.
Sorry, honorable member. In terms of the rules of the House, we are not to take photos. We are not allowed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know of a more hardworking group of people than Black women. Yet that woman is still the face of poverty 31 years into democracy. She's the street vendor, she's the domestic worker, she's the small business owner who can't access capital in order to grow her business. And it's not for lack of hard work that the Black woman still remains the face of poverty in our country. And that's why, as Build One South Africa, we support the calls that have come from this
gathering to create a women's development agency, that this should be an institution that has a clear mandate to fund, to support, and to mentor women entrepreneurs. We've seen this work in Rwanda, Malaysia. These agencies have increased women's participation in the economy, and it could be a game changer in our own country. We also believe at Build One South Africa that pay equity is inseparable from economic inclusion, and that's why we have introduced the Fair Pay Bill, which requires companies to account for gender pay gaps. And these are the measures that ensure that women's work is valued with equity and fairness. For this Women's Parliament to have been meaningful and more than a talk shop, we have to remove systemic barriers, whether it's in banking biases or procurement gatekeeping. We have to reform access to finance. We have to invest where women trade and live in townships and rural markets and informal hubs. And we have to make sure that we hold all mandated institutions accountable, transparent, measurable, in order to report. And we particularly call on the Department of Women, Youth, and persons with disabilities to do this. Lastly, colleagues, this is a moment that calls for us to not just be in agreement, but to act. Like the women of 1956, we must face and recognize that there is an urgency, and we've got to leave this gathering united in the call to actually act. So let's be united in the vision, even that one day this country will be led by a woman. It will require us, though, across party lines, across sectors, to recognize excellence in women when we see it, and then to rally around a woman, whether it's quietly, loudly visible, behind the scenes, because we can only get this right, and we can only be led by a woman in this country if we do it collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Member ATM.
Chair Lochan, I rise on behalf of the African Transformation Women's League under the state sheet guidance of Dr. Nosugo Nongunga and the resolute leadership of Honorable Thandiso Magau. We meet under the banner of accelerating equality, sustainability, and shared growth, yet through acceleration relies not in debates or conferences, but in everyday realities of women, particularly those in rural South Africa. Whilst the current government pours hundreds of millions in dialogue, summit and legacy platform that revolves endlessly around known issues, ATM focuses on delivery. President ATM, Professor Caesar Nongunga, ingasikade wakhe indlu endaweni ekuthiwa yiLibode Eastern Cape, akhela umphakathi wakhona. Leyo ndlela leyo yakhiwa nguye not uhulumende. This is not more than a road. It is a lifeline. It is a path women tread every day, whether trading fruits at roadside, waving grass mats, selling brooms, or traveling to the work. That road is not dialogue, it is progress. Mthatha, Emaxhwele village, nakhona kwakhiwe indlu, sinenkosi lapho uma uNosive Maxhwele, owatshelwa indlu yakhe, simakhele indlu enamagumbi amahlanu. Whilst the government pours hundreds of millions in dialogue, summit, and legacy platform that revolves endlessly around known areas, that is a development that matters to our forgotten monarchs. Olurato Mongale, a promising journalist, ICT policy postgraduate at Wits, former radio presenter and communication officer, was murdered after going to the date arranged via mall encounter. Umzimba wakhe watholakala ulahle eLombard West mhla zima-25 enyangeni kaMrhayili unyaka wona lo. We ask this House to observe a moment of silence in memory of Olurato and many more other women who have fallen. Sindlulisa amazwi okushiriya kuye. As I close, we owe this to the women walking that Libode road today, to Chief Maxhwele and every woman whose dignity was restored, to Olurato whose life was tragically cut short, and to Ausi Mongale. Let us stop wasting money on conversation about non-problems. Let us invest in solution and touch lives. Let us accelerate equality, sustain growth, and ensure that prosperity is not a privilege, but a right to every woman in our land. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. There's a famous saying by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the condition of a society depends on the consciousness of women. Looking at our history and women, we are proud of the women who have been advocating for justice, economic freedom and equality. The 1956 March at the Union Buildings is a vivid testimony to women's struggle against oppression. The Women's Charter serves as a cornerstone for women's rights and equality, and yet, the inequality and lack of gender parity in our country is concerning. To note, South Africa's representation of women in the 7th Parliament is at 42% after 31 years. Femicide and GBV is still evident. Sadly, South Africa has the highest rate of unemployed women not in workplace, and inequality remains glaring. As a women's parliament, we should note to government not to restrict NGOs, NPOs, and vendors with unnecessary red tape. Many of these NPOs and unregistered soup kitchens run by the aunties and the gogos is holding our community together. Al-Jamaa notes government must invest more in projects to enhance in leadership capacity on all levels of government. Municipalities, IDPs must include dialogue on challenges faced by women at local level. Women must be representative enough to influence local decision making. Support gender equality, more awareness about laws and the rights of women, promote educational sessions on how to deal with harmful gender norms both in the home and at the workplace. Our country needs to work harder on improving infrastructure that is denying families the right to water, allowing for homelessness, unemployment that further expose women to violence. Many women do not have faith in our justice system because of slow court processes, missing files, and many cases the women are facing lack of empathy. Women are often victimized during legal proceedings, which discourages them from pursuing cases. If we want to have a more equitable society, then we must have a solid plan of action, and we need to ensure accountability. Strengthen accountability, policies and laws must be put in place to hold officials accountable in the mishandling of GBV cases. Ensure laws and accountability on all levels of government to ensure equal decision-making power of women in political parties and the representation of government on all levels. Increase programs of awareness and access to justice. Not enough public awareness campaigns are Furthermore, lastly, not least, let us remember all the women around the world, South Africa, Palestine, Afghanistan, Syria, in DRC, who are fighting the worst of atrocities. Let us pray for them, and I thank you.
I'm sorry, Honorable. Thank you very much. Honorable Frolic, before you leave the House, and Honorable Kaso, can you really assist me on this? There is a member who is not a member of Parliament, and she is to deliver a Parliament. Can she do it? Okay, I just wanted to check that. U80?
Thank you, Chairperson. Madam Africa. As United Africans Transformation, we stand before you grounded in Pan-Africanism and the spirit of Ubuntu, the African truth that because I am, because you are. Our continent's destiny is bound together. When one woman in rural village of Makotopong, where a 13-year girl was raped by his teacher, where 2 women were killed and thrown in the pigsty, rises an entire community, entire nation, indeed, our Africa rises with her. The development priorities before us, an egalitarian state, advancing inclusive, sustainable growth, tackling entrenched inequalities, and accelerating gender equality in every sphere of economic life, are not mere words on paper. They are lived realities for women who wake before dawn to feed their families, women who till the soil with shrinking access to land and water, women who bear the burden of care while being shut out of markets, mining industry, decision-making, This is not just a global commitment, it is our moral and political duty here at home. In Limpopo province, when women smallholder farmers in Chakuma, Rabali, and Chiombo face systematic barriers, insecure land tenure, lack of irrigation, poor market information, and crippling transport costs. These obstacles turn potential harvests into persistent hunger and unpaid labor. Supporting these women with
Mamkosi, ayikho into esoyenza, ayikho into esinsiza ngayo Mamkosi.
Can IT assist us and take off that person from the platform who is disturbing? Nomgqibelo, you are disturbing the house. We are then going to take you out of the platform. Can she be taken out, please? You may continue, Honorable Member. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay. Supporting these women with secure land rights, infrastructure, and market access is not charity. It is sound development policy. In the Eastern Cape province, home to some of the highest numbers of female-headed households, women bear the brunt of poverty, service shortfalls, and climate shocks. They manage diverse livelihoods, horticulture, livestock, informal trade, and social grants, adaptive yet precarious. To truly honor Ubuntu, we must move from caring rhetoric to concrete action, reliable water and energy, resilient local markets, quality schooling, and public works that value women's time and labor. Honorable members, Pan-Africanism calls us to look beyond borders and beyond party lines. Ubuntu demands that we act as one community. Let us honor our women in Africa and women across our land by turning...
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Kani Mambo.
Wood. Thank you, honorable members and our guests. We are now going to take, because Good is not responding, I'm sure they are not in the house, but it's indicated here that they will be speaking from the chamber. They are not in the online platform either. We are now going to take a comfort break of 30 minutes. And can I be allowed to exercise my powers with all the views that you have? 30 minutes comfort break, 30 minutes we start even if we are one. I thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Spiritual transformation. As jy vir ons is 'n wonderlike sien ons mos nou as jy ons kan connect. As jy iets doen is invite ons kan ek self opdraai wat ons doen. Wat ons try to get something. Ons doen educational workshop wat jy begin ek dink ons moet vandag dan as wat ons nou voor van yes, people of the just was the other last story. Only like as a seven weeks so if they can found also they can found use os kan kry van naam saam met hulle ja. Okay, ja, so laat ek dit. Ja. Wat al jou werk jy is. Al ja. Maar is so baie meer wat is hier nie. Crazy. Ja. Ik speel van een maatje voor jou. Dat is eigenlijk wat dat is. Luister, ik heb wat beter ideeën van workshops. Je kan het uit. Ja, als het dialogue. En elke polistasie, you know, met elke domestic violence, ja. Ooral die hele land. Daar's 'n vorm 1. Ja. Wat in elke polisiestasie moet wees. Ek wil hê is dit daar. Ek moet laminate opgeplak is. Dit sê presies wat 'n polisie afgestem vir 'n wet moet sê. Dit kan ons hier doen. Dit kan ons video. Jy kan dit kyk op doen. Dis waar jy van vir so jy kan nie verskoning nie. Ja. Ons moet dit opcheck. En 'n ander ding is of jy doen. As jy ons sê ons praat nie kinders geryp op vermoor word. Ons gaan kinders suffer. Ons doen dit. Dit is 'n persoon van 'n vonkie die toe gaan. Maar hulle moet kan verstaan. Is nou stuur op jou detail vir my op WhatsApp. Ek wil jou lyn sodat wat ek staan vir jouself wat nie werk wat ek opgeplak het. Wat ek pas verstaan. As dit in die sal wees op die design. So ek sien dat ek sien dat my is
Why are you that'll be fantastic. Thank you.
Administrator. ICT.
Hello, Maranisa.
Yes, I wanted to check if I'm appearing properly.
Yes, you are. You are. There's no party background, so you're perfect.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
All right.
Wandile. Can I check who's assisting us with connecting the NCOP chamber? I think we lost the NCOP chamber.
A very good morning once again, colleagues, and welcome back.
Recording in progress.
And with a call that has already been established, allow me to award this opportunity and invite NCOP delegates and SALGA to give their insight through statements on development landscape across provinces and local government, aligning with national and provincial agendas, including the local sphere of government, including the National Development Plan, the medium-term development plans, provincial growth and development strategies, integrated development plans, and local economic development strategies. I will now, without any waste of time, invite Councillor Pukunzi from SALGA, the Chief Whip of SALGA, to make her statement. Members of the NCOP will be given 6 minutes each to make statements on behalf of their provinces. SALGA will be making presentation on behalf of the local government sphere. Councillor Pukunzi.
No, thanks, Chair. We bring greetings from organized local government, Chair. Let me stand on the protocol has been established. Chairperson, it was in 1994 on the 24th of May, and then on the first State of the Nation address after the democratic dispensation, Chair, and the then President, Honorable Tata Nelson Mandela, has this to say, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression." Today, as we convene the first P20 parliaments of the 7th dispensation, those words echo louder than ever before, Chair. Despite decades of democracy, South African women continues to face systematic barriers, whether in economic participation, political leadership, or social justice. Consider these women earn on an average 27% less than men in South Africa, and nearly 50% of working women live below the poverty line. These are not just numbers, they are lives constrained by inequality. Our today's theme and the theme of this particular P20 chairperson is a clarion call to correct these imbalances. This session marks a historic opportunity to transform our growth trajectory through the Women's Charter, the Medium-Term Development Plan, and the 2025 G20 Development Priorities. On the gender mainstreaming, Chair, we say we must become institutionalized and non-negotiable. The government's planning process across all three spheres must be scrutinized through gender lens. We need gender-responsive budgeting that ensures every rand spent contributes to closing the gap, the gender gap, no exceptions. In this regard, as SALGA, we have established the SALGA Women Commission to guide the gender transformation agenda in local government and represent the sector regionally and globally. We are establishing gender transforming oversight structures in municipalities, the multi-party women commissions. COGTA support us in ensuring that these multi-party women commissions are Section 79 committees in all of our councils. We want this in all 257 municipalities. Some of the pushbacks we are getting is where municipalities are said to not have enough women councillors, or that there is no budget to fund such for a remuneration of chairpersons per the upper limits, resourcing the office and the funding programs. We reject this as an attitude that perpetuates inequality and delays of our achievement of SGD number 5. The Municipal Structures Act, also as amended, provides for submission of council lists to the IEC that reflects 50% gender representation. Why do we continue to allow political parties to change this when the final numbers to the council are announced? Why is the IEC not consistent in demanding the 50-50 on the final list from political parties on those they are sending to council? We also empower municipalities to mainstream vulnerable groups. This is women, youth, persons with disability, children and elderly, and LGBTQI communities. In the plans for municipalities and to make sure that their voices are heard, forums representing these sectors are part of the municipal stakeholders through their chosen representatives to sit in the municipal planning processes of the IDP.
Our Women in Local Government program creates pathways for women leaders and ensures municipal planning includes gender-sensitive approaches. From capacity building for councillors to creating platforms for women leaders in local government to driving gender-responsive municipal policies, SALGA ensures that the transformation is not just a national aspiration, but a lived reality in every town, city, and a rural community. We are all aware that SALGA represents 257 municipalities. We are advocating and lobbying on behalf of those municipalities. Our own constitution is clear that equality is a fundamental right. We must respect tradition without allowing harmful culture or religious practices to override women's dignity and rights. As the courts have affirmed, customary law must be interpreted in a manner consistent with the Constitution. It is our duty to uphold that particular principle. In terms of the COVID-19 pandemic exposed and a widened gender poverty gap, women bore the brunt of the job losses, unpaid care, and unsafe working conditions. We must urgently adopt policies that protect women workers, including wage equity, decent work, and social protection, so that economic recovery is inclusive and sustainable. We are also saying that on the issues of political and civic life, women constitute over 50% of the population but remain underrepresented in decision-making. It is time to dismantle their vulnerabilities to build climate-resilient communities. Honorable members, the Women's Charter, the Medium-Term Development Plan, and the 2025 G20 Development Priorities form a strategic triad to address the redistributional bias that undermines our country's full potential. This is not just a human issue, it's a national imperative. I leave you with the words of Chinese proverb famously popularized by Mao Zedong, "Women hold up half the sky," which emphasizes the equal importance and capabilities of women in the society. The proverb has inspired movements and initiatives to increase women participation in politics, business, and various other sectors. Let us commit here and now to share the weight of that sky. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Before inviting a permanent delegate from the Eastern Cape, maybe I should inform all the delegates that will be making their statements that we have a problem with the timer on the podium, so you will depend on the chairperson's time. When your time is up, I will indicate. Let me now invite Honorable Nodada, a permanent delegate from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Also on the protocol that has been observed, let me just go straight to my presentation. The P20 Women's Parliament offers women from all women member states and women of the world through the voices of various MPs representing them in Parliament an opportunity not only to speak on issues affecting women, but to give women of the world an ear to be heard. Furthermore, it is an opportunity for women of the world to influence policy and shape the world they inhabit. As members of the NCOP, this platform is very important. We are here in this house representing our provinces. We are the closest to the people. Our provinces have entrusted us with that responsibility. The Eastern Cape has seen a share of investment from multinational companies that have contributed immensely to government's plan of alleviating poverty. As one of the poor provinces in our country, women are the most affected, contributing to high cases of gender-based violence and femicide that affects even young girls below the age. The fight against GBV and F will not be won unless economic opportunities are democratic and open to women. In the same manner, economic opportunities cannot be democratic if the world is not brought together to create solidarity and conduct its business outside the principles of Ubuntu and mutual respect. As South Africa, we uphold the principle that problems of the world are problems of humanity. Thus, our provincial challenges of women's economic exclusion and gender-based violence cannot be solved without fostering solidarity with women of the world, women of Congo, women of Palestine, Sudan, and all nations fighting against wars that displace women and exposes them to crime of gender-based violence and femicide. We therefore call all women that we must stand together as the world of humanity to challenge patriarchy and all forms of oppression that places men at the center of policy development and implementation to the exclusion of women. With that, Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nodada. I will now invite on the virtual platform MEC Leto, a special delegate from the Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, all the guests that are present. It is an honor and privilege to get an opportunity to make a statement during the 2025 P20 Women's Parliament, especially during the Women's Month. 69 years ago, women marched to the union buildings to protest against inequality and socio-economic oppression of women in the land of their own. The protests of the women of 1956 left an indelible legacy for us women and generations to come. We are proud that today South Africa has made a huge progress on the emancipation of women. However, there are many challenges confronting women, and these challenges need us as women to write a new book which talks about how we as women of today who are occupying strategic positions, how are we using those positions to liberate women from poverty, unemployment, gender-based violence, and femicide. Honorable Chair, our commitment to gender equality is a cornerstone of our development strategy. We recognize that empowering women and girls is not just a matter of social justice, but it is also essential for economic growth and a functional society. The province's approach to gender equality is guided by national frameworks, including the National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment, Gender Equality, and the Sustainable Development Goals, which aims to achieve a gender equality and empower all women and girls. As the province of the Free State, we are proud to have been led by 6 female premiers since the advent of freedom and democracy, which include the current premier, Honorable Makwinli Matai. 6 out of 10 members of the Executive Council, which include the premier, are females. As the province of the Free State, we have established gender units in all departments. These mechanisms are vital for ensuring that gender issues are mainstreamed in all provincial policies, programs, and budgets. The Department of Social Development has appointed 63% of its senior managers as females. We have also appointed 5% of the total staff complement as people with disabilities. As the province, we are committed to use the opportunity of high rate of vacancies at management level to ensure that there's gender equality at senior management. The economic empowerment of women should be at the center of our planning and budgeting. At the apex of our inclusive growth and development imperatives is the creation of opportunities for women to flourish. It is therefore not surprising that this commitment is embedded in the National Development Plan that is giving material dimension in our provincial growth and development strategy and the medium-term development plan priorities. I heard you interjecting, Chair. Can I continue?
Yes, you may continue.
Our provincial growth and strategy espouses integrated coordination between government and social partners to better respond to the development complexities that characterizes our province. Investment in infrastructure features highly in our list of priorities with ongoing efforts to develop a bankable provincial project pipeline. Our initiatives include localization and industrialization. We are increasing competitiveness of small businesses with a focus on township and rural economies, unlocking the economic potential of digital economy and ICT infrastructure. We are working towards positioning the Free State as the country's central energy logistics, distribution, and beneficiation hub has already started. This entails promoting investment in production and distribution of energy sources. We are equally providing support to small-scale miners in sandstone, clay, salt, diamonds, and other commodities. Attention is also expanding agriculture and investing in agro-processing. At the heart of these interventions is women empowerment. It is our commitment to ensure that women participate, but it is also a challenge that we lack systems that are able to depict how women has benefited from the budget of the province. But we are in progress in making sure that those systems are available. The Free State province is confronted with high rate of gender-based violence and femicide. As the province, we have 6 gender-based violence and femicide centers, 1 safe house, and we partner with the NPA at 5 Tutuzela care centers. We have established a provincial gender-based violence and femicide forum chaired by the Honorable Premier. This forum is a platform to coordinate and report on the work done by all departments and all stakeholders, which include NPOs. We have employed gender-based violence and femicide coordinators in all the 5 districts. In the 2025-26 financial year, we have allocated a budget of 14.5 million for NPO funding. Chairperson, there's a need for us to strengthen legislations on domestic violence and legislations related to gender-based violence and femicide, because the perpetrators would be sentenced and go out in parole, but they commit the same offenses. There's a need to build strong families and intensify our work on moral regeneration, because the women are confronted with gender-based violence on a daily basis, and people who are killing and raping them are people that are known to the perpetrators. Therefore, it is important for us to build strong families, because some of the perpetrators are uncles, fathers, and brothers of the victims. And on behalf of the province of the Free State, would like to say we thank the opportunity that is given to us, but we are saying not yet Uhuru. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Leeto. I'll now give this chance to Honorable Jane Mananiso on behalf of the Gauteng province on a virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and let me stand on protocols that were earlier established. Chair, let me start by indicating that as Gauteng, we have hosted the first time conference on gender mainstreaming, dealing with gender auditing, sex disaggregated data by the departments, and as well monitoring and evaluation, working with the DPME to ensure that we fast track and strengthen equity, equality, and affirmative action. In this P20 platform, one would want to acknowledge that all women from all walks of life have actually shared their ideas in terms of what is it that they would want to see us advocating for. And I want to appreciate the fact that members of parliament and as well legislators have acknowledged that this platform is for them to register concerns raised by other women. As Gauteng would want to confirm and commit that we'll follow through the commitment by the Premier on gender mainstreaming and cost-cutting issues. All the gaps and challenges identified in this particular platform will be used as a problem statement by us as Gauteng. Taking session like this to the hot-based level is one of the issues one has noted that needs to be prioritized prior to all engagement from all levels, internationally, regional, and so forth. As the NCOP, our work is to promote cooperative governance and promote provincial interest. We will accelerate this particular action as permanent delegate of Gauteng. As Gauteng will follow up with the commitment made of 40% by the President, and we want to say as Gauteng that we understand and believe that accessibility starts with information. It is our call to ensure that all languages and indigenous languages are used to share any information. Policies that are gender-wise to be implemented, not only gender sensitive. We want to say, as Gauteng, we want to fast track and make sure that we strengthen our programs to ensure that we include a boy child, because we believe that you cannot speak about women development leaving other behind. We want to as well commit that gender machinery and gender responsive budgeting to be prioritized by Gauteng, uniformed and institutionalized approach across the province to be fast-tracked, because we know that we are lagging and not achieving this outcomes on the basis that we are not having a uniform approach from provinces to regions. So we are actually committed to ensure that we have a specific institutionalized model in terms of dealing with gender issues. We want to follow, say, as members of Gauteng, that indeed work-based involvement and participation to be mandatory for such engagements like P20, so we leave no one behind. Gauteng is committed to promote women, youth, persons with disability, children, elderly persons, persons with LGBTQIA+ society, and the people at the rural to be included in everything that we do. We adhere to and implement it without leaving anyone behind. We believe that collaborations, cooperations, and partnership is the new currency for service delivery and development. Chairperson, I would want to call to all the delegates of this P20 platform that after this session, please make sure that you sign a petition that will go to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to fast-track public sexual offense register, because it can make our life easier to respond to issues of gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, dialogue and conversations must continue till all of us are free from all forms of oppression. Women in senior positions and authorities, they must champion the women agenda, because nothing without us, nothing about us without us. So we want to charge everybody who is in senior position that they must carry the interest of all our women to ensure that we fast track and achieve our economic freedom now and forever. I thank you. Chairperson.
The Living Collective, a thriving full-service catering accommodation rental company with properties across KwaZulu-Natal. Wendy provides not just beautiful spaces to stay, but also a model of sustainable hospitality that creates jobs and showcases our province as a destination of choice. We also honor Dr. Velile Hadebe, the driving force behind Omhle Aesthetics. As a medical doctor and entrepreneur, she has built a practice that blends clinical expertise with the art of confidence restoration, because true empowerment begins with how we see and value ourselves. We applaud Thobile Ndlovu, founder of Tobetulani Trading, a powerhouse in construction. In the male-dominated sector, she has managed to deliver housing infrastructure and jobs, proving that determination and skill can break any ceiling. We also commend Nomfundo Mqoyi, the remarkable founder of Iceboletu Group, a funeral service empire built from humble beginnings into a trusted name across Southern Africa. Iceboletu is more than a business, it is a pillar of dignity in grief and a source of thousands of jobs in our provinces. These women are what I call the women in the arena, inspired by Theodore Roosevelt's timeless words. Roosevelt reminded us that it is not the critic who counts, but the one who steps into the arena, whose face is marked with dust, sweat, and effort, who dares greatly, who sometimes stumble, but rises again, and whose place will never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. These women are not bystanders of KwaZulu-Natal's progress. They are shaping it. They are proving every day that real leadership is earned in action, not in comfort. To the women of KwaZulu-Natal listening to us today, your story is never too small to be heard. Your dream is never too big to be achieved. You belong in every room where decisions about this province are being made. Your voice matters, your work matters, your leadership matters. And together, we are not participants in KwaZulu-Natal's growth. We are the driving force behind it. And as long as we stand in the arena with you, we will fight to make sure that every woman in this province has a chance to rise. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. May I kindly check on the virtual platform if Honorable Mananiso is still there? And colleagues, we apologize for that. It seems as if our system is
Still
the one
here.
Honorable Mananiso, you will
Yes,
be
Chair,
given.
I'm
May
still
I,
here.
Honorable Mananiso, you were cut off the side, but we were made aware that on the overflow, you were audible and you continued. I don't know if you want to make a submission or continue. If you continue, you had 4 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was actually struggling this side because I thought that it is important that as Gauteng, we need to confirm our commitment that we'll work with everybody in terms of ensuring that we deal with women issues without leaving others behind. And I want to say to all women who are here, they must make sure that they register on the petition for today that will be submitted to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development to fast track the issue of sexual offense register. So it is important that after this session, at least would say, as people who have participated in this platform, there's something that will be submitted to ensure that we deal with the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso from Gauteng. Let me now invite a permanent delegate from Limpopo, Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson and the Chairperson, Program Directors and delegates from the National Council of Provinces, Permanent and Special, esteemed panelists, Dumela. Receive our sincere salutation on behalf of the people of Limpopo under the leadership of Mama Action, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, as we mark this auspicious occasion, which is meant to heighten the plight of women throughout the world. Our convergence into this venue is meant to gauge the work that we have done to lessen the economic hardship of women of this country and to chart the way forward on how to improve their livelihood. Our gathering will not have achieved its objective if it fails to make a deep stick diagnosis of how to narrow the persistent poverty gaps that are glaringly widening. Compatriots, if we disperse from this occasion without concrete strategies to dismantle the shackles of poverty that confront the majority of our women, then this will be another meaningless box-ticking public relations exercise. As a democratic government, we have unapologetically used these past 30 years of leading this country to correct the decade-long economic misfortunes that confronted our women. Program Director, it is no secret that the face of poverty the world over is female and largely black. The ANC-led government has crafted and implemented countless economic policies that are tilted to reverse the misnomers which were perpetuated by the apartheid government and rendered the women of this country to be more vulnerable. Honorable Chair, we have drastically altered the economic playing field, and today we have more women as captains of industry than we have had some 30 years ago. This was achieved because we have always been clear about our developmental agenda of creating an equal, non-sexist society where all citizens can enjoy an equal set of rights. We stand on the shoulder of our forebears who participated in the 1956 march against the evil past laws and a series of other bigotry regulations which did not regard women as equal citizens in this country. We are alive to the persistent gender disparities in the labor market. Hence, our acknowledgement that more still needs to be done for us to attain a complete state of poverty eradication. However, we remain buoyant of the progress that has been underscored on the front. Honorable Chair, our theme of accelerating equality, sustainability, and shared growth resonate well with the bold plans that we have set for ourselves for this term of government. Honorable Chair, the undeniable truth is, if the majority of women were to attain some level of economic self-sufficiency, they depend less of men, the immeasurable levels of gender-based violence will be drastically reduced. Honorable Chair, I think all of us here will agree with me when I will say most women who are victims of gender-based violence and femicide are dependent on their spouses and partners of their livelihood. This then entrenches high level of patriarchy and the misconception by some men to assume that their partners are their exclusive commodities that they own. It is for this reason that when they differ on any other matters, these men resort to violence as a conflict resolution mechanism. We shall not rest until that goal is achieved, and we shall make it our generational mission to ensure that the government will make the necessary intervention to lessen the economic hardships faced by the majority of our women. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, I'm reminded of the word of the great Thomas Sankara, who said, "There is no true social revolution without the liberation of a woman." Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Let me now invite Honorable Ngumalo on the virtual platform, a permanent delegate from Mpumalanga.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to your good self, Chairperson, and also all the members that are in the chamber and those that are online. Chairperson, I want to start my salutation to say the G20 is a platform that makes sure that women are prioritized in all the sector. As in Mpumalanga, we stand on the shoulders of the 1956 women with their brave courage and commitment. As the province of Mpumalanga, we are the voices of women and young girls and people living with disability. Women remain the foundation of hope in our community. It is no doubt that the face of poverty, Chairperson, is women and Black. Statistics that have been released recently say that unemployment figures going up, and the one that are topping the majority are women. Mpumalanga is a rural province with many households led by women and children. Women have more caregiving responsibility than their counterpart. Chairperson, that one is a reality. The province has a department that look at the issues of women, young girls, and people living with disability. This Chairperson has cascaded to municipality to create space to diverse voices of rural and unemployed women and people living with disability. Gender equality committees have been set to address the inclusion of the private sector grouping aimed at inclusive and equitable and resilient society, shaping the women agenda. The policy chairperson addresses the issue of land reform to assist women with food security because most of them are leading the household. In Mpumalanga, we've got the fresh food market where women must be prioritized to make sure that they sell their stuff there. We advocate for gender-responsive budget to all our spheres of government, starting from the national and go down to the province and also to our local municipality. Key gender transformation and development. Promote women empowerment and program for assisting women to access economic opportunity, including entrepreneurship and employment. Create platform for women and township economy. The province prioritized the 40% procurement for women. That's a step in the right direction to assist our women. Promote women empowerment to enhance policy and program aimed at assisting women. Gender parity in leadership position to make sure that that gap is closed. Evaluate women charter to address their plight. We advocate for more programs on women to accelerate equality, strengthen robust debate and engagement. On GPV chairperson, GPV is a pandemic that must be confronted every day. Resolution has been taken that in every space by the province, that in every public address, they must include the issue of gender-based violence in department and municipality and also include the budget in the IDP. GPV rob women and girl their dignity. The Premier of the province has launched the gender-based violence with the inclusion of all the NGO in the in the province to make sure that they form part of this sketch. Chairperson, as I am closing, as the province, I want to end by the word of Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the United Nations, I quote, "Achieving gender equality is about empowering women to be able to make choices for themselves and have equal opportunities in education and make sure that employment and political participation is improved. This is the right thing to do and smart thing to do to our beautiful women." So as the province, we are saying, let us make sure that we continue with the dialogue and the conversation on women issue, make sure that we level or we close the poverty gap between our women and also our male counterpart. So with these few words, we are saying as the province, let us continue with those dialogue to make sure that we pave a way forward and also pave the way forward for the women that are coming after us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Numalo. In the House, we will invite Honorable Finis, a permanent delegate from the Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the House Chairperson of the National Assembly, honorable members, honorable delegates in the chamber, as well as on the virtual platform. This P20 Women's Parliament recognizes the important role that Parliament can play to promote gender equality. Parliament is the institution with the legitimacy and authority to resolve in a peaceful way what may appear to be irreconcilable differences. Parliament has the authority because it represents the diverse interests of the public and because the representatives are elected through a democratic process. We have sought to promote the achievement of equality where nobody is discriminated on the grounds of race, gender, sex, pregnancy, ethnic or social origin. We have sought to build a society where gender imbalances that are as a result of the kind of past we come from are rightfully and deliberately corrected. So far we have spent August month by celebrating, debating and cultivating our common purpose to bring warmth and humility to every encounter, to our homes and to the communities we serve tirelessly. We have honored and continue to honor South African women for the role they have played in the struggle for national liberation and to reflect on challenges women continue to face. As we celebrate, let us think of the women farm workers who earn a living as seasonal workers.
For them, their main concern is to earn a wage in order for them to be able to put food on the table for their families. It is this plight and hardship of rural women that those elected to parliament and provincial legislatures should continue to highlight. We should ensure that issues that daily impact on women are kept on the national agenda. The Northern Cape Provincial Government is committed to building a society that protects and respects women. We emphasize gender equality, women empowerment, and the mainstreaming of gender considerations into all government programs. The Northern Cape Provincial Government has developed a women's empowerment and gender equality strategy and implementation plan. Its purpose is to provide an integrated framework to manage and accelerate gender transformation. There are gender focal persons in all the government departments, from assistant to deputy directors. All our municipalities have special programs officers dealing with a variety of social issues, including gender mainstreaming. The Office of the Status of the Woman in the Office of the Premier has inducted municipalities on the implementation of the gender policy framework. The office further coordinates economic empowerment programs for women in collaboration with the Department of Economic Development and other stakeholders. The province has established the Provincial Employment Equity Forum with its terms of reference, which looks at the equity of women and the disabled in the public service. The top 5 departments in the provincial administration out of 11 on the placement of women in senior management services positions are Department of Social Development with a 50% gender representation, Office of the Premier 41%, Department of Education 38%, National Provincial Treasury, Northern Cape Provincial Treasury 37.5%, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development 36%. This picture shows that work is happening to address the gender disparities that exist, but much more needs to be done to achieve the 50% representation of women in all sectors of society. The focus on empowerment and equality of women, prioritizing socioeconomic empowerment, the provincial government is committed to prioritizing and mainstreaming women's social economic empowerment and rights across all sectors. Gender Equality Bill, the province has introduced a Gender Equality Bill to accelerate women's empowerment and achieve gender parity. Addressing gender-based violence, a strong stance is taken against gender-based violence with calls for communities, particularly men, to protect and provide for women and girls. Participation in decision-making, the provincial government encourages women's participation in leadership roles and decision-making processes. Economic independence, they acknowledge the importance of economic independence for women as it can counteract exploitation and poverty. The key initiatives is the Women Month celebrations. The Northern Cape government actively participates and promotes Women's Month celebrations, recognizing the achievements of women and advocating for their continued progress. Collaboration with civil society. The government emphasizes collaboration with civil society organizations to address gender-based violence and promote gender equality. Mainstreaming gender equality, the concept of gender mainstreaming is highlighted, meaning that gender equality considerations are integrated into all strategies, policies, and programs. So I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Finis. Allow me to call a permanent delegate from Bokoni Bophirima, Honorable Sithole, on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also observe the protocol that has been established and go straight to the point. I don't know if I'm audible enough on your side.
You are very clear.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. As Bokoni Bophirima province, we welcome the successful P20 Women's Parliament as a critical platform for the women of South Africa. We say this because we ascribe to the historic mission of fighting for gender equality and advancing women's emancipation. As a Northwest province, we have championed the implementation of progressive policies that place women's empowerment at a center to build an inclusive and prosperous society. We have rallied all government departments and sectors of our society to align their policies and programs with the vision and the principles of the Women's Development Agenda as expressed in the Freedom Charter. We did this because of our historical resolve to ensure that the struggle of women in emancipation is met with progress and action by ensuring that change the condition of women in our province, particularly the marginalized women who continued to enjoy the hardship of historical and systemic gender deprivation and discrimination that permeates in sectors and institutions of our society. Honorable Chairperson, as the Northwest delegation in the NCOP, we are determined to remain in the forefront of representing the interest of women of the Northwest province in the national spheres. We also determined to raise the challenges that are facing the women of the Northwest. It is for this reason that we have expressed deep disappointment in the Northwest Province government's failure to ensure gender equity in senior appointment in the province. We will make sure that in our interaction with the province, including during the upcoming provincial week, we will engage all departments in the Northwest to push for gender mainstreams in their policies and programs and budgeting. We will also ensure that the province develop a robust program to address the prevalence of gender-based violence and femicide in the province. While efforts are being made to address this, including the establishment of the Provincial GBV Committee and Action Plan, challenges persist. We will ensure that the province moves with greater speed and agency to drive robust gender-based violence awareness campaign and also provide support services to victims and survivors through various initiatives, including victims empowerment centers. Honorable Chairperson, the P20 Women's Parliament offers a powerful woman who holds a STEAM position within policy equivalence to meet, shares ideas, and creates lasting solidarities that will shape the place and the role of women in the world and global political institutions. As the Northwest Province, we believe that diplomacy and international solidarity are important of an unequal world that treats itself and its partners with respect. Honorable Chairperson, the challenges facing women in South Africa are not isolated. Women across the globe continue to experience gender discrimination, marginalization, violence, and remain the face of poverty, economic exclusion, and the majority of those affected by climate change. As the Northwest Province, we extend our deepest appreciation to the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, and the Deputy Chairperson, and the Honorable Chairperson, the Chairperson of the Women Caucus, and all those who involved in hosting this very successful P20 Women's Parliament. As Bokoni Bophirima, go ga thuntsa lerwele, ra leboga.
Re a leboga, Honorable Sithole. Allow me to invite a special delegate from the Western Cape, Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I think all of us being here today and all women at home, we all have our own personal journey and we should never forget. And for me today, Honorable Chairperson and all delegates, it's about breaking barriers and building bridges. And it's not just a phrase, it's a call to reflect, it's a call to rise, and most importantly, it's a call to act. Every Women's Day, every Women's Month, we talk, we reflect, we pay tribute, and yet too often the world goes on as usual. But this month is not just for tribute. It's a call for us to step up in action. Action, not applause. Progress, not platitudes. We honor the sacrifices of 1956, when brave women marched for justice. But let us remember, that was not the pinnacle of change. The real significance lies in 1954, in the Freedom Charter, which recognized women as equal partners in the building of our nation. That promise remains unfulfilled, and it is our duty to make it real. The barriers women face are endless, and we all know them too well. Some are loud, like the manager who calls you too emotional to lead. Some are silent, like the salary gap that whispers that you are not quite equal. Some are ancient, rooted in cultures that teach girls to service and to be quiet. But these barriers are not walls, they are thresholds. Yes, they are challenges, but they are also invitations. History has always underestimated women, and yet women have always made her story. Malala, who broke barriers with a school book. Rosa Parks, who broke barriers by sitting still. Marie Curie, who broke scientific boundaries with brilliance. Honorable Chair, daar is ook die anties vir wie ons sien en elke dag mee kontak maak. Die enkelmammie wie 5 uur opstaan om 'n beter toekoms te bou. Die dogter wie dit waag om ingenieurswese te studeer in 'n vertrek vol mans. Die ouma wie opstaan in haar gemeenskap en sê tot hier toe. House Chair, breaking a barrier is not just about freedom. It is about creating and holding space for us all. Behind every woman who rises is a village. Mentors who believed, friends who said, you've got this. We should turn away from gatekeeping to groundbreaking, from isolation to innovation, from rivalry to revolution. When women unite, we do not just shatter ceilings, we redesign the whole building. But breaking barriers is just the beginning. Once the walls are down, then comes connection, healing, and progress. Bridges must rise between generations, so wisdom is not lost. Between the boardroom and grassroots, so no woman is left behind. Across differences, so real change happens beyond echo chambers. House Chair, if we want a movement that changes the world, we need a movement that looks like the world. And with this, all that we have gained, we carry a sacred responsibility. Gender-based violence is not negotiable. It must stop. And all 3 spheres of government have a duty to act. Economic freedom is key. Women are fearless workers and entrepreneurs. We must create opportunities, mentor and provide support so that women can lead boldly and fully. Action matters. Break one barrier this week. Build one bridge this month. Mentor a younger woman. Challenge a bias. Stand up even when your voice shakes. Honorable House Chair, we are not breaking barriers for the sake of breaking it. We are breaking barriers to build. To build companies where women lead boldly. To build governments where our voices shapes laws. To build homes where our daughters' dreams are endless. Ons storie eindig nie hier nie. Dit is net die inleiding tot die volgende hoofstuk. The barriers will tremble. The bridges will rise. The world will change. And when it does, they will say, it was because women dared to believe, to break, and to build. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Filane. I would like to invite Honorable House Chair Frolik to come and preside over the closing session of the P20 Women's Parliament.
So thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. We have come towards the end of our program, and I'm quite sure that you will agree that it is the beginning of a journey that we are embarking upon. And I would like to welcome now the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Governor, to provide a summary of the P20 Women's Parliament, the way forward, and the vote of thanks. I'll do the presentation after your address, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Frolick. I think I must start off by saying, wow. The both of us were sitting there together listening to the various speakers that came up to this platform and on the virtual platform and spoke from their hearts. And I must say that the input that was made really blew us away, because we heard from women across our country voicing their concerns, voicing their opinions, and they did it in such a dignified manner. So on behalf of Honorable Frolick and myself, let me at the outset say thank you very much. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Didiza in absentia, the Honorable Frolick, the Chairperson of Committees and Public Participation, the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and the Executive, Members of Parliament, delegates, distinguished guests. As we come to the closing of the P20 Women's Parliament, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, valuable contributions, and unwavering commitments to advancing gender equality. The question that is often asked is, what happens after this? So I'd like to try and answer that question. And I know that we were challenged during the various inputs as to what happens after this. Moving forward, our next step would include developing a comprehensive report that articulates accurately and captures the deliberations, commitments, and recommendations emanating from the P20 Women's Parliament. Once drafted, the report will be sent to all participants, the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, for review to ensure that it truly reflects the aspirations and outcomes of our discussions. Following the review, the report will be scheduled in the order paper for debate by both houses of Parliament, providing a platform for further scrutiny and adoption. This process will not only enhance accountability, but will also guarantee that the voices and perspectives of women are adequately represented in our legislative processes. The report will also be shared with all three spheres of government to ensure that the recommendations and perspectives are widely disseminated and acted upon. Furthermore, we must also reactivate the national gender missionary to leverage on the expertise and knowledge of all key players towards implementing the policy priorities and recommendations that were made during this P20 Women's Parliament. This will enable us to work in a more integrated manner to achieve South Africa's gender transformation priorities as articulated in the 2021 Women's Charter, the MTDP, as well as the 2025 policy priorities. Distinguished members, as South Africa prepares to host the P20 and G20 summits, the views and perspectives shared over these 2 days will significantly inform our mandate and shape our engagements across global platforms. The outcomes of this P20 Women's Parliament will not only influence our national agenda, but will also contribute to the international discourse on gender equality and women empowerment. What we are saying here is that what has come out of these 2 days will feed into what goes into the P20 and the G20 forums that will be hosted towards the end of this year. So your voices will be articulated at a global level also. Distinguished delegates, we must also take note of the disproportionate impact of climate change on women and children, which also exacerbates the current existing inequalities and vulnerabilities. Furthermore, we express our concern over the lack of effective implementation on gender-responsive budgeting, which hinders the advancement of gender equality and women empowerment. To address these issues, the committees of parliament in both houses must ensure that they integrate gender transformation issues into their committee work, which must also be followed by concerted efforts to ensure that government departments budget more effectively for gender transformation. Nothing can move without funding. And if we are serious about gender transformation, we need to ensure that money will follow that function. Through our parliamentary processes, we must also ensure that government departments take the necessary action to integrate gender considerations into climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Honorable members, the Women's Charter remains a vital instrument in our ongoing struggle for gender equality, serving a beacon of hope and a framework for advancing women's rights. We recognize its significance in deepening our collective efforts to address the challenges faced by women and children. To ensure effective implementation, we must collectively take the Charter to provinces. Now, this is very, very important. That Charter needs to find expression in provinces, in the deep rural areas. People must feel the effect of that Charter. Engaging with communities, stakeholders, and government officials to promote awareness and understanding of the Charter is very, very important, honorable delegates. By doing so, we must collectively harness the Charter's potential to drive gender transformation across all provinces. And the challenge now for the Multi-Party Women's Caucus in particular is to drive this process. And I want to implore the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, Honorable Dunjwa, to ensure that we move into the provinces with the information that has come out of here. Go to the provinces, and there were some very key role players that made such vital input here over these past 2 days. And I want to challenge you to engage with them. You have them here in this house. Engage with them so that when you go into the provinces, they will be your resource. They will be the ones that will assist you in order to drive Parliament's agenda into the lives of our people. Through the Women's Caucus, the necessary networks must be created across provinces and the local sphere, particularly through the NCOP's Intergovernmental Relations and Cooperative Governance mandate to oversee the implementation of gender transformation priorities. As I conclude, I want to also reiterate that the two houses of Parliament must also play a proactive and more robust oversight role as guided by the respective mandates to ensure that the provisions of the Charter are effectively implemented. One of the very serious issues that came up especially yesterday, was the issue of violence that is perpetrated against our children. Honorable delegates, as leaders in our communities, we should not become so cold to these issues that we read it on one page of the newspaper and we turn it over to look at what's next in the next page. We cannot become so cold that we hear that a child has been murdered, as we heard yesterday, and then we just pass it over. Our society is becoming so used to listening to these things on the media all the time that it has now become just another issue. We cannot be so inhumane that we go down to that level. Somebody said to me the other day, even animals don't treat their children, their babies like that. And I said, let us not say that about animals, because we are going down that road. And we should not allow that to happen. let us go into our communities and preach the word that we cannot allow our children to be treated in that way. You know, it pains me every time we hear of something like that. We see it in the media, and then what next? So let us take this message forward from here. Because you will recall what I said in my opening comment yesterday when I said, the question isn't who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. You've been here this past 2 days, you've heard, you have spoken, and now I say to you, don't let anything stop you. When you go back to your various communities, let us make sure that we have a safer community out there. I would like to pass my vote of thanks, especially to the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Didiza, for making the time to be with us here yesterday. I know she had other commitments, but she prioritized the women of our country, and she made sure that she was here to open this conference. I want to also thank the Minister Chikunga for being with us yesterday. And of course, my co-chair, Honorable Frolick, thank you for your guidance, for your support, for your wisdom as we planned from over the past 3 weeks or more. We were pressed for time, but I think with your guidance, we were able to ensure that this was a successful event. I want to thank all those that presided. You know, it was so exciting to see members of parliament come and sit on this chair, and we were just sharing this earlier. Sometimes, you know, we get criticized. Why are you stopping us when we still have 3 minutes to speak, or 30 seconds, you're stopping us from speaking. But now you get that feel of what it is like to sit on that chair and you have to stop somebody from speaking. So it was great having you there in that chair. So I want to thank all those that presided. Thank you so much. Mr. Kaso, I don't know whether you are still here. Thank you so much for your support and for being with us this past 2 days. The Secretary of the National Assembly, thank you so much, sir, for that. We appreciate it. I want to thank the staff of both houses of Parliament for their support, for ensuring that everything was in place before we got here. The Office of the Chief Whip of Parliament, thank you so much. The Office of the Secretary to Parliament, we also appreciate the support. The members of the NCOP staff that assisted us throughout this planning process. Let me not forget the restaurant staff for the meals that we had. We want to thank them for that also. And of course, our table staff for giving us their guidance. We appreciate it. Table staff from both houses that assisted us over these 2 days. The security personnel, we want to thank them also. The ICT and the Parliamentary Communications Services for the virtual platform that was provided to us. We want to thank them for that. And of course, all participants, we really appreciate your input. And of course, I must say thank you to the chair of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. Honorable Dijunga, we are very, very grateful to you for understanding when we had some challenges, but you took it in your stride. I know you were nervous at some points, but you came through for us. Thank you very much, Honorable Frolick.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I now invite the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus to come forward so that she can hand over the last round of gifts before we formally close. I invite Ms. Majosi. My son told me about you. He told me about the youth movement. Thank you for gracing us. Dr. Mnyende, she's still here? Not. Ms. Mkwebu. Thank you for your participation. Ms. Thompson. Renee. And we'll ensure that the multi-party women's caucus link up. Then Ms. Kay Dunjwa, your namesake, Honorable Dunjwa. Ms. Answer. Thank you for your participation. Ms. Damini, for the very insightful contribution you made. And Ms. Mbonambi. I don't know if you're related to the Springbok player. Thank you. And what these young women have showed us this morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Dunjwa. It shows you the immense potential that we have as South Africa as a country. The future indeed looks bright. Thank you for your participation. And then a last word of thanks go to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Thank you for your friendship and also for your cooperation and for the NCOP having hosted us on this side of the parliamentary precinct. It brings us to the end of these proceedings. Lunch will be served in the same venue where it was served yesterday. For those who must travel, travel safely, and I wish you Godspeed. Till we meet again. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Order, Honorable Chair.
Malibongwe.
Lama. Malibongwe. Igama lama nkosikazi. Malibongwe.
Malibongwe.
Malibongwe. All right. Okay.
Your water.
Thank you very much. You were here? You made it?
Thank you so much, colleagues. Lundi, I think you're a host. You can end the meeting. Thank you so much.
Got water already.